Hello and welcome. Welcome back, everyone. So, as you can see, this is not Vanilla Victoria 3. This is the mod that we are voting on, whether or not we will play on this instead of Vanilla. Did I get my... Yeah, I got my drink. Let's, But this is a Cold War era. As far as I know, Cold War Project's not updated, but there's two competing Cold War mods, and, you know, they haven't quite come to blows yet. The teams for the Cold War era and the Cold War Project mods, but I hear things are quite tense between the two of them. They are, you know, escalating their development hours and development teams for the inevitable clash between the two titans of modding, and things are quite tense. You know, they might break out at any moment between the Cold War era and the Cold War Project mods. I hear there's going to be a boxing match between the modders. They definitely ideologically disagree with each other, but this is Cold War era, which we have not played in some time, and this is what we are voting on between this and Vanilla, and it is quite close. So let's take a closer look. Communist victory, Democratic victory, non-aligned victory. Let's just do start game and see what's up in terms of stuff. Hey Gene, how's it going? A Cold War between Cold War mods, that's what I'm saying. They hate each other. I actually don't know. I don't know if there's actually any animosity. Obviously, I'm drawing a comparison between, you know, Cold War and the modding things. So, I wish we could have gotten Better Politics mod. I actually thought about doing Better Politics mod. I think I'm going to layer Better Politics mod with another mod that we try out, because Better Politics is not really invasive within the whole thing, and I need to find another mod to play alongside Better Politics. But this is the map in 1950 as it stands. There's a lot of different countries we could play, but let's just click France and take a little bit of a look under the hood as we continue to vote between this and Vanilla. We will, of course, have to restart the game if we play Vanilla, but we have different interest groups. I wonder if they... Yeah, this is roughly going to be the same interest groups. We will have... What Cold War era specifically does, much more than Cold War Project, is there are tons and tons and tons of events, but there will be different types of goods that will be present. A lot of stuff has gotten consolidated in the sense of a lot of Victorian goods have gotten consolidated into being just kind of raw materials, and then we have stuff like tanks, artillery, automobiles, these types of things. It has been a little bit of a hot minute since we played this. One thing I like is the prices can go up to plus and minus 99%, which I think is great. I haven't played with these since they introduced Power Block. A little bit interesting. They have Sovereign Empire still, but we see that they start with Vassalization 3, Exploitation of Members. Yikes. La Francophone. It looks like there's the Eastern Bloc here. Ideological Union. Makes sense. Sovereign Empire as well. Internal Trade is primary. Interesting. Ideological Union for the Western Bloc also makes sense. Pretty big block there, my friend. A lot of this will require sinking our teeth into. This is one where I prefer Cold War Project, but maybe I'm coming a little bit around to Cold War era, where it just has kind of, the tech is, like, multiple levels of much the same thing. Getting better and better and better, but maybe this is actually the better way to handle it. I'm not sure. Have the weekend off? Very nice. The D-ites have placed me after the Thanksgiving in the grocery retail. Oh man. I didn't even think about that. That has to be like the worst. I remember as a bouncer, like the worst was New Year's Eve. There's NATO, historical railroading for AI. There's a lot of journal entries. A lot of stuff going on. Especially, there's a lot of flavor for a lot of different countries from this mod, if I recall correctly. Do they have custom companies? Looks like it's probably... Skoda works. Looks like they would have some of the custom companies. We just might not have that many interests at the start of the game. Yeah, so this is the area where we can actually look at the companies. But it's looking like vanilla so far is winning. Make Germany great again in this mod. Germany, I think, is interesting because... Oh, no, wait. They already start reunified. It's Cold War era, then, that they don't start reunified. And you can do a little bit of a reunification thing. Right, fake to world conquest. And so, Josh Kyle, thank you for the follow. Big nice. So... This is kind of the mod that we're taking a look at, if we are going to take a look at the mod. I think last time we played on China, which is, only got a small GDP of 800 million, relative to, you know... Wait. Really? That's how this is abstracted? It must be all the sub-farms, or the equivalent. There's a bunch of different goods, so a lot of this would be trying to decide and figure out. Let's actually take a look at laws. Maybe that's the most interesting thing. And maybe this is what we should have taken a look at. There is a lot of kind of different stuff. And what we did is we like went democratic and then we couldn't change the laws. And we were like, oh, I see. Last time we played this mod, which was a little bit frustrating, but also probably fair. Probably fair enough. We couldn't start wars because we didn't have, like, president could start wars whenever or whatever, and then we couldn't, like, control the legislature. I hate it when that happens, and so we couldn't do the things we wanted to do. But it also definitely makes sense. Let's kind of check the poll and see where people are at. Looks like people are mainly feeling vanilla with 62 votes, so... The real question is, what do you want to play? Honestly, I kind of want to play the fantasy mod, Realms of Exthar, but I've been playing that a lot before the update, and so I thought that people would want to see something different, so what I want to play is kind of not even on here. Stop the count. Count the stop. Maybe the economy numbers adjust on the start of the game. That's true. Also, the US maybe is producing way more goods, but the prices just might be like minus 99% on a bunch of stuff. So maybe if we let it wait a week, we'll see something different. As France prevent Germany from unifying before a certain date. I guess we just got an achievement. We got an achievement, everyone. Because we're already past that date. It looks like we have some options in terms of... There are a ton of events. That's the thing that's like really comprehensive about this mod, is there's tons and tons and tons of events. But GDP just collapsed for them. Oh, I guess it collapsed for the USA too. So, yeah, the USA having a smaller economy at game start is a little bit... You need to wait like a month until economy gets updated. Also, mod sucks. Play BPM. Oh no. Better Politics is too confusing. Realms of Exthar did update, and I would vote for that. Should we redo Realms of Exthar in the vote? Or do between Vanilla and Realms of Exthar? So we waited about a month. China still has a bigger GDP. Or I mean... Yeah, it's been well over a month, right? How's the USSR's GDP? Let's see Paul Allen's GDP. I like this mod, but the performance sucked the last I played it. Yeah, the other one, the performance kind of sucked pretty hard. I have a feeling that Better Politics, but it's super... You like Better Politics, but it's super confusing. I think it's only confusing initially, but, like, the short answer is that they, like, They introduced that one mechanic that makes you, like, more elastic or less elastic in terms of your ability to change laws, which I think is good. And other than that, they, like, just double the number of interest groups, kind of. And they make some of the interest groups, like, more ideological and some more institutional. But the doubling of the interest groups I really like in BPM. I think that's a good change. Japan when? So the next run that we have recorded is Austria, with kind of a bit of an interesting premise, but I'm not going to spoil the premise. And then after that, I'm planning on doing Japan. Still want to see an Elven run. I don't want to... you don't mind watching fantasy, you just want to watch us have fun. I think we'll have fun no matter what we play, so... Military bases. Sure. What could go wrong? Looks like Cold War mod is winning now. I think we're going to set a 1-minute timer since it's so close. It's not a blowout, and so we could take a closer look. Someone mentioned me in their story. Oh no, I'm popular. Just kidding. Okay, so we will do that. I'm not sure who we would play as here. Looks like you guys are starting to swing a little bit more Cold War. So maybe we need to start thinking of who we would play. You know, last time we tried Indonesia and we struggled a little bit. We could play Turkey. Oh, I can't remember if this mod has music that is copyrighted. Morgan Road has copyrighted music. Feels bad, man. Ride of the Valkyries is definitely... It was almost certainly copyrighted, right? I can't remember if we got copyright bopped last time we played this. Alright. It is Cold War that is winning, so we're going to think about what we're going to be playing. Jewish Japan? We will be doing Jewish Japan. Canada run starting as a smarter province. Struggle bus incoming. Japan mega economy. Japan's an interesting one. Played Peru, very influential Cold War nation. I feel like it wasn't, but I guess I don't really know. Boom, boom, ba-da-doom. Oh, this is before the decolonization happened. Maybe we could try and regionally control South America and play Brazil. Let's think. Argentina. Turkey would be interesting. Join NATO in 1952, so you could choose to either play historical or not join NATO. Someone's been commenting very consistently asking for Ottoman Empire, so we could maybe play Turkey. I kind of like the Brazil idea as well. Let's find a couple different regions maybe to play as. We've played Yugo as in the other mod, but I think Japan's maybe an okay one. I know it's a lot harder to expand. The world doesn't like it when you expand very much. I kind of like Brazil. Okay, let's end the poll. Well, Cold War mod is still winning. Saudi Arabia become oil. I am become oil. I can get behind doing Saudi. So let's have... Saudi's kind of close to Turkey, though. But, I am become oil. Turkey, Saudi, Brazil. We need at least one more option. Oh my god, I'm not reading Twitch chat. I just realized. I'm sorry, Twitchers. Okay, you guys aren't chatting anyways. I was just reading the YouTube chat only. Any nations actually have journal entries? There are a ton of journal entries, but we're more likely to get more of them if we play bigger countries. I think I like Saudi. Countries that are still around today will have the most journal entries over the course of time. Reclaim China as Taiwan. I think we tried that one time and it just kind of felt like it was not starting. It felt like a non-start. It's false, I was shadowing. But are there any new formable nations? I don't think there are in this mod. Too much. But, players, Soviet? Yeah, why don't we make that kind of another one of the votes? Playing as a superpower, where we'll have a runoff between the Soviet Union and the USSR. Alright, so who play as... Okay, and... Can we handle a ranking poll if we do it on straw poll, or can we just not handle that? I feel like people always get confused with the ranking poll. If you think this mod has too much content, you haven't played the original Vic 2 version of it. The Vic 2 version has a bunch more, so it's concentration camps, genocide, kill political opponents, etc. Brazil in the 1950s was going through massive reforms. It all went down in 64 when the president tried to pass homesteading and we had a land armor coup. Release play as Cali. Runoff between the Soviet Union and the USSR. It might be a rigged poll. Alright. We are going to do a ranking poll. You have to rank the items on this poll. If you do not rank the items, then you will not successfully execute the poll, and then democracy will be dead. So we have Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Brazil, Japan playing as a superpower, which we will have a runoff between the USSR and the Soviet Union. The USSR and USA. And then maybe let's find a European to play. Maybe one that's not too big. Actually, Germany. We can play as one of the Germans. Germany runoff. And then let's create the poll. Or let's double check. Someone release play in California is maybe a little bit rough. A non-NATO Turkey could be quite interesting. That's kind of what I think too. Israel run. How to make chat super pissed. Play as Israel. Choose all the, like... Choose any decision in terms of Israel flavor. If we played as Israel, we get an event, like, relating to, like, anything relating to Palestinians. No matter what we choose, everyone's gonna be pissed. Or half of you guys are gonna be pissed. I comment sometimes on Reddit, and someone talking on Reddit. Here, let's create this poll. I think no one's having more suggestions, and then I'll tell my Reddit story. But someone asked, Jewish Japan, why are you doing Jewish Japan? And then I was like, look, the comment section is just gonna, like, shit the bed if I play Israel and conquer the Middle East. And sure enough, that response that I gave them is like, I rarely get downvoted, that one's getting downvoted. Proving my point exactly. I was just like, yeah, okay. see, this is exactly what I mean. I randomized a GigaChat, not like this. Let's pull up the poll. It looks like some of you are doing it correctly, because it's not just the exact same order I gave it in. I gotta capture the right window. Who play as? That sounds like the right one. Looks like Japan's in the lead, followed by Germany, followed by superpower, which was the #1 at the option. So for all the people who don't know how to do the ranking, they're gonna vote superpower first. But it's not in the exact same order, so... Make greater Israel? Yeah, make Israel great again. Perfect. Go Turkey. I like the idea of Turkey and Saudi, but... I should have known the weebs would... Victoria 3 players want one thing, and it's fucking Japan content. Actually, we're doing Jewish Japan sometime soon, though. Which... Maybe I shouldn't have had this as a poll thing, but now it's democracy, so... This poll is more confusing than actual playing Victoria 3? Never mind, we're never doing rank polling again. We can't have nice things. So, the way that you do it, is you reorder stuff. So, for example, for me... It might look something... like this? And so you select what order you want. Play Japan and export manga. Export everything everywhere. I'm pretty sure I'd get deprioed if I say the other one. Almost the reverse of your response. This is why we have democracy. Japan last, basically. Vote. Let's take a look. And then, alright. Order is being restored to the force. People are voting for Turkey. Now let's set our 1-minute timer now that we have a result we like. You guys call it autocracy, I call it managed democracy. Brother just got Vic 3, immediately started playing Japan. Bam! Japan button. You know what's interesting is, so I liked how they made this latest patch a lot more difficult, and then they made it a lot easier. I was thinking about this. The country that is like way harder, or that was extremely hard, is the same one they released content for. So like the EIC got way harder. And so, like, I feel like a bunch of people came back, they played the EIC, they, like, got, like, kicked to the nuts, and they're like, bro, export animes, we're gonna export waifus. Rigged, stop the count the stop, steal the stop. Alright, timer's running out. Can we have a runoff between the first and second if it's really close? We could have a runoff, yeah. We can run off Turkey and Saudi Arabia. That's fair. With a regular vote. Who play? My first two choices. It's almost like when I tell you guys what I want to play, you guys vote the same thing. I'm surprised you guys just vote. Also don't vote the reverse. I think that when I express my tastes, it's very likely to create a double polarized poll. This is a regular vote. You can't mess this one up. I'm rating the Discord over the poll until we stop the count. Oh no. Joined as the poll's closed, basically. Is it possible to somehow stay alive as Ladakh in Vidilovic 3, you start a war with Jammu, who has 3 times more troops than you. You might be able to say, if you put... So I don't know directly, but if you put everyone on defense, and then you specifically roll attacked full general, and you also use the conscription edict if you have the tech for it, and you do all these things, this is the most you could possibly do, I think. Or, for the most part, this is the most you could do. I imagine you could probably hold off a 3-to-1 disadvantage. Especially, I think with the earlier tech, there's a lot more defense than offense. And if you specifically roll a tactful general with low tier technology, the +5 flat to defense is actually just insane. So like, yeah, you could probably do it. Enact voter ID. I voted against your top pick on purpose. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's interesting. Sometimes you get double equilibriums. Okay, let's see if we can find a double equilibrium, kind of a picture of one. Because I know of an example. Corruption specifically creates a double equilibrium. In that I can't find a graph for it, but here, maybe we have to do paint. Although I don't really remember exactly how the graph is supposed to look, but the way it works is we have what should you do? We have corruption, I think, is one of the axes. Right? And then we have should you bribe? Is this another one? This is maybe not the best visualization for it. I really wish I had the graph in front of me because I forget exactly how it works, but maybe this is outcomes for bribing versus not bribing. But the idea is, if corruption is really high, then you should engaging... Chat, I'm struggling here. I'm forgetting the correct way to, like, explain the idea using a graph, so we're just not going to use a graph. We're going to look at the vote. Math has failed. But the idea is, you can have... countries will either trend towards one of two equilibriums in regards to corruption. They will either trend towards widespread, rampant corruption or very low corruption. Because what will end up happening is... if you have corruption, or you, then it's a self-reinforcing pattern, because if, from the perspective of the, like, individuals within the country, because if corruption is widespread, and no one does anything about it, then, engaging in corruption is the way you get things done. So, like, you need to get through a checkpoint, you bribe the police, this type of thing. But if corruption is incredibly low, then the risk for the person soliciting corruption becomes actually high, and this disincentivizes corruption, which is not the case in other scenarios. I really wish I had, like, the correct way of formulating the graph, but what you get is something that's called a double equilibrium, where there are two stable conditions with which, like, something can go either very high corruption or very low corruption, because the system either highly incentivizes bribes or really highly punishes bribes. And it's not the case that, like, places will gradually get more corrupt or gradually get less corrupt. It's that they will trend towards either equilibrium. Is that Hoey music? Yeah, it is. So this would be something that'd be incredibly hard to capture in a game. Corruption and bribes perfectly describe how polls are done on the stream, basically. Alright. But I think that Saudi is winning here, so I think we're going to take Saudi. I think the root pattern is authoritarian versus liberalism. Large number of keys to power versus smaller number of keys. No, you can have corruption at like a lower level. It's not just talking about corruption at the top. It's like do you have to bribe police or doctors to get access to services? You know? Saudi will be a tough start. Oil was dirt cheap in the 50s and only after 70s. Oh, that'll be interesting then. Your other access needs to be called tolerance and corruption. It might be participation in corruption. No, it's not participation in corruption. I really gotta find the thing. I couldn't find my mouse. Shout out. Non-aligned. Let's see if Saudi is in here. No, Egypt is. Okay. This Hoey 4 looks different. Polar and Run would be cool in this mod. I was thinking the same thing right before I said Germany. No one said Poland, and that's why I selected the other one. We could release and play as Ukraine. I played this mod as Iran once and conquered Saudi, but not Iraq, so I ended up with 2 Irans. Did you run so far away? Okay, so we don't have much construction. We have a very small GDP. We don't have a lot of pops, but we know there's one thing we're going to be doing well, and that's going to be oil. So we will probably want to organize what we do around this fact, would be my guess. I'm thinking that, in general, going education and public transportation early is going to be good. +1 max companies. We do want to get kind of companies in early, but we're going to oscillate between this and doing production that is more oil-oriented, I think. I'm not sure if a lot of this has been discovered. Let's take a look. Looks like maybe we don't have too many levels discovered. Let's take a look at our market. No grain in the desert. That makes sense. We have a lot of zero convoy routes possible. So let's import a bunch of grain. And let's export oil. And let's see what pops are consuming and try and make that work. Petroleum. Alright, to Yugo, Italy, and Turkey. Fair. Looks like we're hemorrhaging money. We have like infinite authority. That sounds about right. Okay, so we will promote social mobility everywhere. Just kidding. We will do infrastructure maintenance everywhere. We will encourage... Where's our capital? I actually don't know the capital of Saudi. Shout out. I'm guessing it's... Well, it would be... Yeah, okay, never mind. Just kidding, this makes sense. Or does it? No. Where's the capital, dog? Is it Nejd? Okay. But this is also where we have the oil. I don't know what we're supposed to do exactly. Let's kind of do everything. And then... just a lot of those. 6% access to the American market, not like this. Basically. Hey, Zack Attack, how's it going? How you been? How you doing? Alex the Tall, is there some new formable nation? Thank you so very much for the 4-month tier 1. I tried to see the fact that I can't see resubs on like my notifications things, and I've tried to fix this like several times now. Is a vibe. Thank you so very much, Alex the Tall. We got vibe checked. No oil, not yet. Rayeda is there. You clicked the wrong decree. We clicked the wrong decree. Well, so I actually don't know if we should have... Oh wait, what are we doing instead of resources decree? Or why can't we do this? Oh, we can't encourage services? Where's the services decree? Oh, there it is. Let's maybe do this and then resources here. And we can build the capital up nice and tall. So I think we got that handled. I'm not sure how many laws we'll want to pass. We do have the rural upper class. It looks like they maybe need some time to think. Defensive wars only. We have to be very careful not to accidentally trap ourselves. I think we will pass laws very quickly. This is something you can get 0% or 0 your tick speed on passing laws to be 0. Ours is probably incredibly low. But we have to be a little bit careful not to lock ourselves out of stuff. Let's try and reduce corruption, though, here a little bit, speaking of. Egypt would have been fun, maybe, with Nasser. We could probably aim for the same goal as the Saudis. Let's also tax some stuff. Looks like they're not going to yield too much. And we see that, yeah, we kind of have the vanilla situation post changes. Why don't we lower government wages a little bit to try and fix our budget? We might have instant law passing. But why don't we try and get... What are the inputs for oil? We see we input machinery. And at later stages, we'll input intellectual property. So why don't we create machinery manufacturing here? If we can, if we have the technology. My favorite, producing illegal services. Consumer products. There we go, machinery. And we'll put this on auto expand in the capital here. And I think that that'll be what we do for a while. Do we have instant law pass speed? I'm not sure. I think we have to wait till Monday. We have intelligence agency now. Secret police. Maximum loyalty. Alright, alright. Broadcasting company. Why don't we do this? Media capacity is declining at 0%. Man, the truth hurts with that one. Leave the Arab League. I don't think we want to do that yet. We could potentially form Arabia. So I think this will be our goal. And this is Pan-Arabia, Arabia. Jesus Christ, what are we playing? We are playing Cold War era. Not to be confused with Cold War Project, the absolute nemesis of Cold War era. Have they incorporated foreign ownership in the mod? If so, check your oil industry to see if part is owned by a U.S. company. Oh, this is an interesting thing. It looks like it's all nationally owned currently. Let's see what Diplo agreements we have, though. We're a client state of the U.S.? No! Stupid U.S. Imperials. Alright. Hey, they will give us knowledge sharing, though. I think we're okay with that. Ooh, let's turn up the volume a little bit. Can you play League on stream? I haven't updated League since they introduced their new, like, anti-cheat system where, like, it needs to get root access to your computer, and, like, I kind of don't want to do that. That sounds spooky to me. Alright. maybe we improve relations. You know what's crazy? Since we're a subject, here, let's have maybe, since we're a subject, is the only way we're getting free, like, buddying up with the, I don't know how to get free, other than starting World War III. Special release, sponsor terror attack, not like this. Alright, I guess we'll improve relations with these guys. Not too much we can do. I play League, says Svanka. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I think the Saudis being a client state of the US is very historical. I think this would work. Picture a supply and demand curve where the demand forms an upside. Yeah, the shape is a U. This could describe a new technology that would prevent people, especially more people use it, but people are unwilling to buy it since they don't see the value. So the demand for curve for Q is even low, but as Q grows and more people begin to see the value in it, P would grow with it. Eventually, a market gets saturated and the demand curve falls back down with price. I know the shape of the graph I'm trying to think of is a U. I just don't remember what the X and Y axes are. I remember it being very fascinating, though. Do you play League on stream, Svanka? I'm also super washed is another thing. Like, I used to be good, like, in Season 2. So, why would you want to be free? I don't want them to buy our oil. I don't want them to get ownership of our oil. So I want to privatize these, but I don't want them to have ownership of it. Is the thing. Yeah, sometimes. I have a feeling I would get super uber backseated if I tried to play League. Politically powerful royal guard, which sides with the rural class, criticized us for doing this, gets 3 setbacks, or the loyalty drops to 0? What the hell? I think we'll tell them to shove it. We'll veto their veto. I think we shot ourselves in the foot. Everyone's really pissed. And we already have 2 setbacks. God damn it. We have 0% stall chance, though, so we can only stall by event, I think. You're gonna get perma migration? That's not a problem. I also don't think we're eligible for mass migrations. I have a feeling we don't have enough arable land. Yeah, 10 arable land. Looks like this one's eligible. We have 1 state that's eligible. How's your oil barely profitable? It's the 50s, my dog. We gotta wait till the 70s and 80s. They soft nationalized the oil industry once the oil boom of the 70s kicked off. They used the money to buy the American partners out. Interesting. Everyone hates anti-corruption laws. It's almost like it benefits the people. Increased DEFCON. Interesting. Very high government corruption, the truth hurts. Intelligence agency is growing. Our media capacity is not very good. Maybe we could go a little bit faster. What is this map mod? The map mod's the thing that concerns you? Not the names of all the countries and the date, but the map mod? This is Cold War era. How do we gotta fix our budget somehow? Right? That doesn't do very much. What is costing us so much money? Government wages are real expensive. Oh, we're in the American market. Well, that should help our prices a little bit. I mean, we have really bad mapping. We have, like, no pops is a problem. And no market access. Maybe just do an Anchorage and then let's decrease the size of the construction sectors in both these states so that we can maybe employ up here and solve the infra problem. Our GDP's gone up by a lot. I don't know. We have so much expenses for government wages. I guess we decreased them a lot. Where are they coming from? Government administrations, construction sectors. We deleted a couple of our construction sectors. I don't think we want to delete all of them because we want to get investment pool. The mechanic of investment pool is unlocked by some stuff. Maybe we take a look at PMs. Submitted a resolution. I'm gonna abstain. Let's take a look at our PMs and see what we can upgrade. I think it's gonna be like a whole lot of not much. Oh, this makes us require so much less workers. And we have the US market, so we probably can do this stuff. That's gonna take a lot more workers. It's gonna also take a lot more workers. If we change that. Extra labor size on the construction sector. Interesting. I think we want to keep the construction sector small. We just need actual one level. Okay, so let's use all the automation we can. Maybe this will help? I don't think this is gonna help very much. Chat, we have a bad economy in Saudi Arabia. Stop subsidizing housing, I think. Is that what's going on? Oh, shit, you're right. Oh, we need to... We can stop subsidizing transport. Then we'll have no infrastructure. No access to the market. Chat. I'm not sure that this is the start for us. I think that wait, what did they do? They've, oh, they did military access. Problem is we have, like, zero infrastructure, dogs. Maybe this is real. Maybe this is the simulation. Almost 100 of your children on government payroll will do that? Yeah. I think that maybe it'd be easier for us to play as Egypt. Saud bin Abdulaziz Al Saud is, yes, the next ruler coming on up. Expensive taste, you're telling me. I mean, this is kind of somewhat fixed. I guess we could idle construction and then turn this way up. And then try and get built out of here, but... and let our thing build overseas. Let's... problem is we have like zero infrastructure, right? So we can't access the market, so we can't sell our goods. I mean, we're not subsidizing this and now it's firing down. We are financially challenged ourselves. This does... maybe we just subsidize this a little bit, so it employs up a little bit, and then we stop the subsidy, and this lets us sell oil, and we just have to, like, get the motor running a little bit. Bruh, we are having problems. Y'all can fuck up. Actually, we'll give Panama a loan. Sure, we'll take some research speed. Alright, now, let's revoke the subsidies. Now that we've kind of kickstarted our level of infrastructure, maybe, to somewhat reasonable level, where we can kind of access the market. How quickly is this going to fire down is the question. I don't really know. We're not bailing out Iceland, but this helped with our budget a little bit. Maybe we can consumption tax the bejesus out of our pops. Not really. We could tax grain, make them starve even more. Sure, I guess. We're so low below standard minimum expected. We're just gonna have infinite radicals too. Oh. As bad as the conditions Saudi faced in the 50s, right? Saudi were dirt poor with a kleptocratic ruling family. Yeah. I guess we voted. This is what we voted for. Might be the convoy issue. It's not an American convoy issue, I don't think. I think it's a... us infrastructure issue. Oh no, wait, it is. Once we kickstarted it, now it became an American convoy issue. Ugh. Iran requests us we support their independence. Not right now, my dog. We have some problems we would like to solve. I think actually we do want to do this. Is that extra workers? What's extra workers? Normal labor size. Yeah, we don't have workers. That's what we don't have. Good thing we have such a high SOL, right? That we're just going to attract a lot of migrants. They're just leaving our country. I mean, we're about to lower corruption a little bit. Let's give Jordan a loan, I guess. I don't know. We are adjacent. Okay, Iran's gonna commit themselves to our cause. That makes sense. Everyone knows historic friends. Conquer Yemen for free pops. Truly the RP, right? Well, they're subjects of the UK right now. Happy Thanksgiving. What's the mod? This is Cold War era we are playing. Are we stuck on no music? Thank you so very much for the dono. At $10. We'll go to the Turkey Fund. I think we have to... Oh, this Yemen. God, poor Yemen, dude. Oh, no. Not like this. Can we delete some of our... We don't need this many government administrations. Do we have one in each? We have one in each. Is that too much? +5 standard of living. How expensive is this for us? Five standard of living is a lot. God, 176, we have not a lot of migration attraction. Everyone wants to go to California, the truth hurts. I guess let's maybe turn that on all the buildings. That seemed really strong. This will... Well, we won't have enough staff. I think we're gonna let the queue idle after this gets constructed. Oil's discovered in Khorasan. We don't have Khorasan. It's not ours. What about conquering Iraq? You should have played Turkey on Thanksgiving, bro. Think it true. The way buildings are set up at the start of the mod seems totally off in a way that forces you to change everything. Yeah. I think it's maybe more playable if you start as a different sort of country. I mean, I guess we're just gonna bankrupt a couple times. If we're planning on bankrupting though, then putting our stuffs up for privatization makes sense. Oh, we could sell the ownership of the port? We are net losing pops right now, though. And I think our problem is that we don't have enough. We could invade Kuwait. Pull a Saddam. We don't have the ability to declare wars at this point. I mean, the AI is struggling too, at least. Alright, so now we're positive in the balance. SOL's come back up. What changed? Did our revenue go up? Our revenue went up. What went up? Income taxes went up. Poll taxes went up. Government dividends went up. I mean, we didn't complete a building. Did a building just get profitable when it wasn't before? Minting went up. Our GDP jumped by 600 million. Or 600,000. Okay. I guess we're kind of getting off the ground. We could probably delete our military. That's probably what we should have done. Maybe not. We do want to be able to declare wars, though, so maybe that's the next thing we do in terms of law passes. What about double teaming Jordan with Israel? I think we'd rather just solo bolo Jordan, right? US increased petroquotal earlier, driving the price of oil, I think. Oh, let's check. That would maybe make sense. We still have virtually zero employment on it. But I think we're gonna start investing in education here. If I recall correctly, maxing out unis in this mod is pretty strong. Alright, medium petroleum quotas. Saudi Petroleum Consortium has agreed to medium petroleum quotas. Has been elected by the United Nations General Assembly to serve as term on the Security Council. Interesting. Do they like the current law pass? Well, we're about to finish our first building. This will give us prestige. It's probably not worth. Start building skyscrapers right away. I think we're just gonna invest in education for the time being. How many pops does this employ? $10K per level. It's not too bad, I don't think. What's the end date? I don't know. Went from 5 to 72 oil rigs in Nejd. Oh, you're right. But the oil price still isn't high enough for us to really do anything. We could look to export our illegal services. I'm not sure if we even have a level 5 worth of employment on these guys. I mean, weekly balance is at least positive, but I think that we're struggling a little bit here. Faroe Islands. The fuck we building over there for? Alright, I think we're making progress, boys. We're playing the Cold War Project mod. Participate fairly. Can we cheat? Get our athletes to dope? Hey, hell yeah, brother. Boycott the games. Poor Finland. Poor Finland. Once oil pop off, you're rich? Yeah, I guess it's kind of just wait. Can we export more oil? We are already exporting to everyone who I think we could export to. I'm sorry for not playing Ethiopian. Yankees fan. When it already starts out Ethiopian. Feels memes, man. Thank you for the follow. Big nice. Everyone getting money from the IMF? You can go make an extraction industry, by the way. An extraction industry. I mean, we have oil. I think we want to spend our construction on getting unis. Western Europe is starting to recover economically. Start exporting to them. Alright, we can check. We exported like everyone we could at the start. Oh, okay. Okay. We're almost to the point where we're making corruption a little bit better here. What was this? I don't think we want that. I guess the next law we want to go for is maybe the ability to declare wars. Which one of these might these be? Here, let's see why we can't. Or it should let us know. Defensive wars only. Offensive espionage. War policy. So we have to change this. We have to give full war rights. Mods, we are playing with a Cold War era mod. Conquer Yemen would probably piss off British as they control Aden, South Yemen. Probably. Probably. This is the next one, I suppose. Slowly getting rid of corruption. Let's see if we can improve relations with someone else. We can bankroll someone. How about not? Oh, let's grant investment rights. A lot of interactions here. Let's maybe keep it going. Let's improve relations with the USSR. We can rival. Request to support independence. Nobody wants to mess with the US right now. Shout out. Sound off. Alright, we're 1 week away from getting our first university. It's gonna be nice. Vassalization 1. Yikes. Construction 3s may be useful for us right now, but... How are you so cohesive, my guy? Part of the Western Bloc here. Maybe regret deleting some of the buildings we initially built. Mutual investment rights. So we have an investment pool that's growing, and this would unlock our ability to use this. Well, we don't have any buildings up for privatization, and we could just get rid of the agreement. I don't think they can privatize when they're not fully employed anyway. And maybe we can get them to buy some of our buildings. Seems a little risky-bisky. Did the Korean War pop off? This is modern day mod, is Cold War mod. Somewhat modern. See, I wouldn't mind having ownership in their stuff overseas. Wow, we've really popped off here. Whatever happened. I'm not sure exactly. This, I don't know exactly what did this. I think we'll decline. Maybe it was oil price coming up. Maybe we actually just have to, next tech, do the oil extractors. We're like already at the university tech, so we might as well finish it. So let's go to development. And we'll do this one. We're getting our education on, chat. I think we'll give loans to people in the Middle East. We actually have a decent low oil quotas. Okay. It's not in here. Is that gonna kick us in the nuts? Hopefully it doesn't. 123 employed in the oil rig. Oh, plus 5 SOL. Maybe that was it. Turning up the SOL thing. Are you getting any migration with this SOL? I don't think so. We're not getting any mass migration. I don't know if we have open borders though. I don't think we do. I think they're just. Oh, we are getting net migration, net positive. Where's this coming from? Kerman, Cuba, and Khorasan. Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. We're not eligible for mass migration is the thing. Alright. This is going to be kind of running into it. Do we have any political movements? We didn't even look at this. Just the one. Just the traditionalist movement. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, you guys shove it. We have the US as our backer here. Wait, we start out... I wonder how much money we're sending to Libya here. We're passing this real quick, or we're passing or getting setbacks on it very quickly. Just tobacco? I guess it's just intoxicants. Let's turn up some of this stuff. Let's see. Voltiac, thank you for the follow, big nice. More construction? That's fair. We can increase the amount of people who are employed in our construction building. How many people are employed right now, though? $50,000. If we do this, we get +1 construction, but it's a lot of extra workers. Or it's more than 50,000 workers, right? So let's finish the university and then do the construction sector. Let's see if we can give full war rights. Did I see request unification? God, we really are embracing the RP, aren't we? We have to have poor relations. Got it. Maybe start with this. Something like this probably is enough to deal with Yemen. Deal with is an interesting euphemism. First time catching you on stream. Hey man, how's it going? Is this mod where you start after 36? Yeah, this is the Cold War era mod, so it starts in the 50s. Construction bankruptcy, 1970s oil price hype build? Maybe. They should let you customize your country's currency like you can with customized power blocks. That would be an interesting one. I don't know if I think it's the same way as you can do power blocks would be what I would want, but... Let's also maybe build another construction sector here. We could always expel diplomats and then... Iceland might help them, Lebanon might help them, Israel might help them. Oof. Let's take a little bit of a save. Israel, I have a distinct feeling that we can't fight Israel. You're about to have too much money, I know. We can increase government wages though, I suppose, and reduce taxes. It's probably the correct thing to do then, huh? Let's start with reducing taxes. Let's conquer Yemen and see how this shakes out. If they conscript, we'll conscript. Other than that, I don't think we need to. This guy meticulous. Let's improve relations with Israel. We'll conscript if they do. Okay. I think we're off to a good start now. And our budget got kicked in the nuts. I guess we'll run a negative amount for a little while. USSR's damaging relations. This isn't ideal. This is not ideal. 16.6 SOL as you wrote that. We have no idea how SOL and money keep increasing. That's what I'm saying. This is all just a weird type of thing. I guess we want to pass laws. We have to make sure we do not give too much money, or not too much money, too much rights to the people. We could keep moving against corruption. You know what's interesting is more authoritarian governments actually are better at fighting corruption, or their outcomes regarding corruption are more polarized. They either tend to be way more corrupt or way less corrupt. Oh, our institutions. What are we doing here? Okay. Let's do this, and then let's also do compulsory tertiary schooling. Just gonna increase the max levels here. How much does it cost? It costs us 10 bureaucracy. So I think we're just gonna max out all our institutions. I don't know if we want secret police high yet. This gives us minus infamy decay. So we maybe don't want to increase that one. But we do want to increase that. Austria nationalized the transportation network in Austria without paying us out? What the hell, bro? Can we do that to someone else? Dog. Had I known. We prevailed in war. Saudi, Yemen. God, we hate this timeline. Alright. Oh, and we don't have any support for the schools. But if we put these guys in government, we will? Where's our success chance, dog? Rural folk, armed forces, trade unions. Whoa, something bad happened here. I'm sorry for waging war on another government. Why are we paused now? I mean, let's try this again then. Is this just gonna stall out? Okay. So I guess a leader who was supporting it must have died. It's still passing? Minus 25k. SOL rocketing. It is coming up. I don't know why we're suddenly losing so much money though. Oh, we acquired government buildings that we maybe need to delete. Bunch of oil extractors, though. No, that's not doing it. Alright, maybe let's change our government a little bit. I think we're gonna stick with, like, no real elections, this type of stuff. Conscript army, professional armies, maybe. Where we'd want to go. Don't think we want to change that. We like the investment pool contribution efficiency. Let's try and get on the one that it looks like we can get on. See what we can do. Our GDP basically doubled when we took Yemen. I mean, we're getting so much from the investment pool. Maybe we're just supposed to pause construction? That's not gonna do it. We're just getting so much into the investment pool. I guess it's good that we have investment agreements then. You might have better success passing compulsory secondary education first. You don't want to get them too smart anyways. True. I mean, it increases the level that we can have. Is it time to pull Saddam? Do we just invade Kuwait? How are we doing on radicalism too? Kind of low. Alright, we have to be relations below poor. I thought we damaged relations with these guys. We're decaying infamy right now anyway, so it's not a big deal. No? Lebanon and Panama should be manageable for us. Let's hope nobody thumbs our pie. And what year does game start? In 1950. Is it a British protectorate? I don't think so. Not at the moment. These Muscat and Oman look like they've been liberated here. Still not sure how we're supposed to right this ship here. I guess we're already reduced to level 1 on the administration. We're not subsidizing buildings. I don't know how we're supposed to... I think we're just supposed to lose money. I wish we could afford more. I mean, maybe we're supposed to just build construction, actually. Because we have so much investment pool that we can't make use of. Let's try and see if we can get investment agreements. Mutual. We can get with Jordan. I don't think we want to go for people... Well, maybe it's okay to go for people we're planning on maybe conquering. And then maybe we can end up getting them diplomatically anyways. These are alphabetized, so it would help if we had memorized. Yeah. Can't get investment rights. Let's maybe do that. Rival Iraq. Kuwait's gone. Let's decrease the size of that. Let's do some of that. I think that helped our balance. Or the fact that we're not actively constructing anything anymore. I'm hoping this helps us a bit. Will give us some oil rig stuff. We maybe need to think about what we need next then. Do we have any companies currently? No, but we could slot in if we fulfilled requirements. What about the oil one, dog? Need 5 to transfer to company. Do we not have 5 to transfer to company? Our company is just broken. We own 5. Alright. I guess we'll just be in chill mode for a little while. Hey there, the mod is poorly balanced. You just place level 1 everything. Where in max units and you're doing your best. While in war, you just use war regime click. You can pass any law. 7 people can't. Yeah, I don't remember the mod being that well balanced, but like there's a ton of flavor in it. kind of my perception as well before. We won't cheat at the Olympics. We're building stuff overseas. Kind of have quite a bit of stuff overseas. They wouldn't give foreign res. The thing is, we have no workers, man. I guess our investment pool is buying a lot of stuff overseas. Where's our financial center? Does it not show? So we have 3 financial districts over here. 13 in Hale. So we can see most of this is actually overseas stuff that we own. So I guess that's going to be where kind of a lot of our economy comes from here. We are getting positive migration though. This is a bug in the base game too? I mean, we own the levels. You can assign them in the levels. Oman might not be reachable by land, maybe not. Britain hasn't released its grip on these guys yet. We have returned state CBs. I imagine Iraq has a much bigger army than we do. Yeah, they do. Holy shit, they do. And they're in the British market. Not sure how we resolve this stuff. One % throughput per level. Maybe that's why we popped off initially, is we bought a whole bunch of buildings. Don't mind, I think, a British friendship. Great Britain's not what she is a normal victory, but... You're gonna conquer Jordan? I was thinking maybe we could, retail sectors and urban centers. I was thinking maybe we could try and get them diplomatically, but maybe we're just supposed to conquer them, yeah. We have a defensive pact. We'd maybe have to cancel that. There we go, that's what we were waiting for. Reduces the amount of workers we need per level by a significant amount. So we still have a ton of levels without actually having people working in them. Doesn't feel very good. Really hemorrhaging the money now. New exports? Yeah, let's check. We can export more petroleum. Okay. Didn't mean to click that one. I wonder how much money we're getting kind of from our trade center. Our trade centers seem... Maybe do some of that. We don't want it to be overemployed past being productive. Israel's expelled our diplomats, the truth hurts. Well, we're hopefully going to get social capitalism here in just a second. But we don't have anywhere near the amount of workers we need to support construction sectors, which feels pretty rough. Alright, Yemenites self-rule. The Yemenite people in Saudi Yemen have called upon them to grant homeland rule. Amphibians decreased. No, I think we'll just keep it. Thanks, dogs. Literacy's coming up pretty nicely. Alright, so that should increase our investment pool. Change. Our investment pool is already really just out of control big. Pro-population growth. I think we definitely want population growth. I think state healthcare would be preferable. We need to get rural folk in government. Our people don't like that very much. Don't like that either. Oh. Use oil in the power plants? Do we have that already? Ooh, we do have... No. We don't even have power plants. Is that a leak? Are we supposed to build them? There we go. If we turn privatization on... then we could sell our buildings to ourselves. Doesn't seem to do anything, though. Color me confused. I think we're gonna go bankrupt before we get anything done. We don't have the construction malice, but we would have a very significant war potential reduction. Maybe that's fine. I think we've gotten all the easy pickings. I mean, they could take out our debt here, but that's fundamental. The debt level's not the problem. I guess we're paying a shitload of interest. And it does make our committee happy, but... Pretty sure we're just supposed to uber push unis as well. Time to bankrupt until it's fixed. Bankruptcy is canon. Somehow we need oil to be more profitable. Yeah, I don't know. But like, it's not just oil being profitable. We don't have any workers. We have like no pop. It's not growing very fast. I mean, our SOL is really cranking up. Oh, we can do... That doesn't do too much for us. Doesn't do very much at all. We would love the next level of construction. Buildings. We need to invent reinforced concrete. Well, Keynesian economics maybe can wait. Let's do this. Did you reduce government wages after you put them on normal for a second? Yeah. What are you spending gov wages on? It's a lot of these new level 1 buildings that give like flat levels. It's mainly going to construction sectors, but like we also like, I don't know, we maybe are supposed to actually just increase spending and just bankrupt multiple times. We do have the low wages. If we did return state, annex country, Iraq. Looks like the UK would maybe be interested in helping us. Let's save and see if we can do that. Annex country CB. That's quite the CB. Can Pakistani and Indian Muslims immigrate? I think they... Or I don't really know. My god, you made it. Now this game looks like like shat. Well, this one's a little bit rough. Let's try and annex these guys, I guess. Surely that's cheaper than return stating, yeah. What's the base price of this? $5. Can we even subjugate them? No, it looks like we can't. Alright. Sure. We can't sway Great Britain. That's a little bit of a yikes. So then we are going to raise our conscripts then. I think we actually can't win this. I thought we could get the UK to help us. And seeing as we can't, I think this is unwinnable. I have a feeling we cannot win this war. And we're not, like, remotely close. IRL Saudi didn't develop much in the 50s or 60s because it didn't have wealth of population to defend it on the west. Didn't kickstart on 73 in turn because of external events. Stopped Saddam. CB? Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be reloading here. We're maybe going to try and see if we can defend. But we have to advance at some point. Nice sprites. Okay, why do we have a huge advantage now on the front? Because they decided to start moving? Okay, occurred. Alright, let's set this guy back to defend. Now that they're on the front. I mean, are they just not using PMs or military technology at all? Maybe we could advance? We'll see. I mean, we're getting in. Is it just because we are using PMs and they're not? That must be it. Who knew? I always knew going into Iraq would be so easy. Alaska's independent? Wait, what? No, they're not. They're part of the United States. Yep, they don't believe in PMs. PMs aren't real, they can't hurt you. So, what's wrong with this mod? They somehow can't keep getting more and more army. Well, they had a lot of conscripts. That's not the mod's problem. They had an enormous amount of conscripts. They have a conscription-oriented army, and they keep conscripting up. So, like, the USA will keep getting more and more army. As well, for example. Iraq has declared total war and begun mass mobilization of its population. This allows the Iraqi to field a much larger conscript. Oh, that's right, we can enable some type of war thing. Maybe? Someone said that, no free speech, weak anti-corruption laws. None of this is looking like wartime. Kind of, thing. Unrestricted trade unions. Who? No women's rights. Ouch. Youchie, youchie. I think we definitely want to, at some point, get towards multiculturalism. What do we need to pass it? Because I think we're going to need a lot of pops. No pollution controls. I think we're fine with that. I mean, we do want to move towards laissez-faire. I don't know why it has 50% success chance, though. From past checkpoints. You just start off with 50%. I mean, we can't even drain our investment pool right now anyway. The real problem is the pops, right? And so, how do we resolve the pop situation best? And it might be discriminating less. Let's go free to a conscience. McLeod, thank you for the follow, big nice. It's a journal entry war council. Also use war regime or something, it helps with the laws. If this mod is Cold War era, Alaska might be a colony. Oh, that's true. That makes sense. Let's look at the journal entries. Current national value, equality. Where's our national value? I think it said it was equality. So we can lock in on that. I don't see equality anywhere. I don't see equality anywhere. The truth hurts. Petroleum subsidies, minus tax, minus employees, plus throughput. That seems good. So declare a state of emergency. Oh, Saudi War Council is the one you're talking about. Ah, war bonds. That's how we solve the economy. We take it from the people. We're like, we're gonna need this. I guess we could borrow some money. Interest rate of 3%. I think we could outgrow that, right? We probably pay in the wrong direction. Gives minus tax collection. Citizens from disasters. Will reduce the effects of nuclear war and strategic bombardment. Not sure what that does. National economic outlook is only 8 out of 30. That seems bad. Okay. Get any law tick in one day, maybe updated, but before 1.8 was the case. We're not getting law ticks, or we're getting law ticks very fast, but not in one day. Whoa, it looks like their defense is double what it was before. That's not good. French has issued authorized pirates. Not like this. We'll just keep issuing war bonds. Because that's just taking money out of the investment pool and putting it into the treasury. That just seems like full good. I wonder if that could reduce us below 50. But we have a difficult time draining the investment pool as it stands. I think that we will also move towards multiculturalism if we can. We can't try and pass it directly, but we could pass this pretty easy. Privy Council don't like it. Fair. We've annexed Iraq. And now we can make a company. So I'm guessing that's the... yeah. Perfect. Now cultural exclusion has no pass chance. Why? Is it, do we have some penalty from the war? Or is it we lost the benefit of being at war? Either way, I think this just fails, right? Which is weird, because we have an acting chance from everyone but the people in government. Like, well, yeah, everyone but the people in government. So if we do this, we should be able to keep passing, right? Yeah, okay. Okay. We lost our friendship committee. Terrible. We are hemorrhaging money still. Let's take a look at our buildings. I think that we just want a level 1 government administration in a lot of these places. Although maybe deleting them's a little loose considering how long they take to construct. How to fix your economy, go to war, drain investment pool, basically. I see you haven't doubled your construction, the truth does hurt. Fix corruption, it's the worst? Okay. I have a question about companies. I managed to get your rice farms up to 120% throughput. Is it then worth it? Well, if you have a lot of throughput, it's going to make the building way more worth it, yeah. It depends. Like, asking is it worth it in the abstract kind of just ignores the fact that it's how worth it is going to depend on the prices of everything. If grain is at like minus 75% and iron is at plus 75, you should be building iron mines even if you have 120% throughput. What the throughput does is it makes it so that grain prices can be cheaper and you still want to build them. It changes the equilibrium at which you want to build the grain when you have like that amount of throughput, so... Forgot to put a little bit of mix. This is a little Sonic limeade thing that we're putting in our otherwise very diluted drink mix thing. So I guess we'll try and get rid of more corruption next. I mean, we have a decent amount of infamy. Do we have an adjacency to Egypt? No. And I don't think we have just one boat. I don't think we can do much with just one boat. Looks like Syria had a breakup. Of some kind. Martial law gives you plus 50% on any law pass. Ah, that makes sense. I feel like 1.8, you only want manufacturing companies because they cost to build more. They benefit from construction bonus. It's something like China might benefit a lot from rice farms. Are you talking about? I assume you're talking about vanilla. God, why did we lose our enactment chance from these guys? Because we rolled an authoritarian. Jesus, all right. I mean, that's fair. We only have like. We don't really have any movements. Maybe it's the no free speech that's doing it. Armed forces and the urban guys like it. Or you could do this and try and pass it. What's this doing to us now? Giving us authority, which we don't care too much about. Government strikes, including head of state and government. But minus state construction efficiency. Let's eliminate corruption. Now, why can't we pass this? Or why is it stalling? We are above 25. What's the minimum expected? Oh, it's basically non-existent, so we can just run max tax. But I don't know why the law is not letting us try and pass it. Okay, so we actually have to be in a different bracket here. We have to be 40. And these guys, do they care about corruption? They don't. Decrease in government wages is something we're into. Minus 25 legitimacy is a lot, though. So maybe we're supposed to get at war again so that we can be able to move through, guys. How do we conquer Iraq? We just marched in there. Consumption taxes are not worth it at all. You get a joke of an income. Better use decrees. We are already maxing out all the decrees, my man. I guess not in the new places. Technically, I think the only places we should greener grass are the ones with, over... I guess they kind of all are pretty good for greener grass. Something like that. I'm not sure who we're supposed to attack next. Did want to try and get these guys the nice way. Who's in the Arab League? This is something we can look up. Probably a journal entry. I guess let's click accept. Oh, United Arab Republic. Oh, Egypt annexed these boys. We have negative relations with them now, though. So, why can't we return state on them? Our relations are at or below poor. What do you mean? We don't have a claim on Sinai. Okay, that's a different sort of reason. Could go for Israel. Looks like France would not be okay with that. I think we'll just keep that there. Do we have a land thing over here? I don't think we have an interest there. I mean, we could try and go after Iran. They're in the same block as us, though. The USA will defend them. Go to war and defense until you pass the law. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm trying to see who we can go for. The mod's really confusing. I agree. I guess the timeline got no Saddam, basically. Maybe he's an agitator, though. Maybe he'll still appear. I don't know why we can't fight these guys. We're okay playing nice with Turkey. I feel just kind of confused as to why we can't go to war. Well, who can we go to war with? We can go to war. That's just Israel. Joe Wisdom. Thank you for the follow, Big Nice. We try and form Arabia. You can launch a unification play. That was the plan. Are we a candidate? I forget where it is in the UI now. I guess we have a journal entry for it. We should probably pin. Our media capacity is increasing. I thought we had a journal entry for it. Form OPEC, okay. Oh, nation formation. Jordan's trying to join OPEC. Sure, Colombia and Ecuador can join. I think we're rejecting people who we might go for ourselves as part of forming Pan-Arabia. I just don't remember where Pan-Arabia is in the UI. Are y'all gonna keep asking? Well, are they gonna keep asking until their relations with us are decreased to nothingness? I bet they can't ask if poor relations is the idea. Got it. Didn't they move it to the journal entry tab? They did. They really want to join OPEC. Backseat gaming banned. Necessary, basically. I remember seeing something about Arabia in, like, the journal entries. Maybe we can't do it anymore, because we conquer people. Maybe we can't be in the Arab League. Maybe we don't have eyes. Probably we don't have eyes. That would be my guess. But not having eyes hurts. I mean, the economy's kind of figured its way out, though. We just have a bunch of unis in the queue here. Oh, you know why we can't do it? I think because Egypt already formed it. The tab, the top journal entry. Do we just not have eyes? It's at the top. It's not this. Piracy. It's not world tension. In the top of journal entries. Do I really just not have eyes? Corruption. Apartheid. Saudi national values. Petroleum. Royal Bank. Bretton Woods. Egypt and Syria should split at some point. Yeah, that's what I think it is. Less regional this. My favorite domestic affair, true. Not too many legitimate governments we can make with this guy, with Al Saud here. Probably this guy's gonna be the same. Other journal entry are above the tabs of the window. Here, save, declare on Egypt to conquer all of them, switch sides, give in, switch back to see if the option's available again. Big nice. Yeah, I think it's that Egypt already did it, but someone said they break apart. Now we're really starting to crank up though. So we'll add some construction. Conquer Egypt. Please do mega communism or mega capitalism. No half measures. True. Well, we can't do any Oh, we gained Conquer State. Now we can do Conquer State on these guys. Thing is, I don't know how we can land them. Actually, I do. They have 0 anything. Maybe that's too many ships. Maybe that's really expensive just to go to 5. We could puppet them, but I think it's like really difficult to annex them afterwards. Oh, we could just annex them for 7.5 infamy. Greece might help them. Turkey might help us. Do not want to transfer any states to Turkey. I think we're going to conquer Muscat and Oman. Chad sides with Oman. What's Chad? Or Sudan. But now, or once war breaks out, we should be able to do a thing. We can't get Ethiopia. Or maybe we should give loans considering how much money we're making. So now we can go into the journal. And then we can... where's our war time thing? I don't think that we can land right now, but we'll see. I'm just kidding, they're trying to land us. Do that. We're winning that, but we need this to mobilize up by 1, otherwise we get insta-landed. Huh. We just gotta teleport back. Wait, how are you landing with 1 boat? Oh, this isn't what we expected. You only need 1 boat to land? Because the 18 stack should lose to our 3 stack if there's just 1 boat. Ruh-roh. Alright, well if that's the case... Maybe this is salvageable. Now we can pass any law we want. We will do strong anti-corruption laws. Are you not going to the front after we asked you? We said pretty please. Pretty please. Pretty please. So, yep, they did break apart. I think we're gonna have to reload here, boys, though. Given the texture. Oh, no PMs are being used. Not like this. That's how we get an advantage. Yeah, I don't know how to use those. Ruh-roh. Okay. Was not expecting them to instantly land us. I mean, maybe we could still win this from here, but I don't think so. I think the fact that our guy's getting completely exhausted out is a little bit too much. I mean, I guess we could do this, but... try this. Maybe a super Jover. I reload. Got boat cheese, basically. Die by the boat. Live by the boat, die by the boat. Can we tell them we were just kidding? Can we tell them we didn't mean it? Looks like we could tell them we were just kidding. Oh, they have. Yeah, okay, they have war reps on us. Yeah, yep. Alright, we're gonna reload, boys. How do you pass full war rights? It started the game at 95%, and it's 95% stall chance? I don't know. We just put a boy in. We just said we wanted to go to war, bros. Just say it was a prank? Yeah. Just say we were kidding. I joke. This is Cold War era. We're struggling a little bit with the mod. The modders are really, like, they have, like, infinite events, and that's the, like, cool thing about this, but I'm not sure I like the systems that much. Alright. Oh, this is from before Iraq. God. Do we really not have a save? Alright. Well. I think we were too many months in to just like reload to like the furthest checkpoint. I guess it's just 3 years, but let's see what December looks like. Economic and financial superior mind-breaking mod. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is winnable from here. God damn it. Okay, I guess we gotta re-annex Iraq then. Depending on, I don't know, are people feeling this mod still? Or do we want to maybe pivot to vanilla? Maybe if it's 2/3 would rather pivot and do something in vanilla, we can do that instead. So let's do a straw poll. We'll do swap to Realms of Exeter also as an option. If 2/3 of the vote go to swap, we'll run off between the two swaps, I think. Unless one is clearly just bigger. Because I think that people are also saying they're confused. I'm confused. Everyone's confused. Crying, screaming, throwing up, etc. Mostly etc. You only need one boat is also like a weird... Well, it's just something we're not used to, I suppose. It's not like too crazy. It's also just like make a second army that we're gonna need for that eventual fight. This is still when we're on the power plant? Jesus. Something like this. I do a less backwards country in the Cold War era. Vanilla would be good. There's a lot of new features, a good handle as well. Yeah. Play as USSR and try and liberalize, or play as the other and try and, or USA and try and go commie. Interesting. Let's see what the results of this poll are currently. We conscripted, right? And we're winning these? No, we're not winning these currently. So we'll just set all defense. I think we have mobilization options on. Yeah, and they don't. They've offered us an opportunity to United Kingdom. That makes sense. Let's do that. Let's see United Kingdom, everyone. Alright. Looks like half you guys want to swap to vanilla. Fair, okay. And very few of you want to stay on this. So let's maybe get that second poll. What do vanilla or Realms of Exeter? Because you guys do not seem... it's not close that you guys want this. You guys are like, how do I vote? I think this mod is more interesting than vanilla at the moment. I think it's like kind of interesting, but I think it's also kind of a lot of waiting around if we're gonna start small. But it seems that overwhelmingly people want to not play this mod or spectate this mod, and some people are confused in this type of thing. So I'm sorry, Cams. And we hit a point where we're just going to be retracing the same thing we did for like 10-15 minutes or something. So let's start a timer for 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes we will do whichever one's winning. Unless it's super close, then we might give it a little while longer. Anyone have good flavor suggestions besides Hail Columbia, the Australia, and the Balkan mods? I really like Hail Columbia. Vanilla still feels fresh with the patch. It does feel pretty fresh. I kind of think that I'll have more... I think I just generally kind of like trying out mods on stream, though. And I think that vanilla might feel fresh for longer if we play more modded. But better to honorably take the loss than to replay the whole thing. Well, now we can't take the loss because we've done more than 5 months on the reload. You can fertilize the fish in Cold War era. Somewhat, those that will wear off at some point in realms will be better. You talking about vanilla feeling fresh? I know realms added some new content. Different people want vanilla compared to those who voted at the start of the stream. Different people, yeah. The people have probably rotated. I don't think too many people who were here at the start of the stream are still here. But alright, looks like vanilla wins. So let's restart the client. But I am curious. And considering we have to wait for the game to restart anyways. That's hilarious that I got the France achievement, prevent Germany from unifying until 1930, which I did not have before. Just by launching Cold War era as playing as France. Alright. Just curious. Because my understanding is, like, generally speaking, it's a lot of rotating. For you guys. But who was here at the start? I was curious. I joined exactly when the poll ended. Aww. Yeah, Gene was here early. It's true. I also think that the people who are here for a more extended period of time are much more likely to vote and click the buttons. Personally not a fantasy guy, but also didn't vote, yeah. Realm's already seen that before. I mean, kind of already seen vanilla before too, in that sense. Transvaal is a very unique start in the new patch since they start with so few accepted pops. Could be interesting. Yeah, Transvaal, Dutch East Indies, EIC, we kind of got a bit of a dose with that. GG really don't want vanilla. Huh. I'm okay with vanilla. I think that, I was thinking about this some, and I decided, like, playing modded mostly on stream maybe makes a lot of sense. Because I think the modded videos won't get as many views, but I could do reviews of the mods for videos, and then also, like, I could keep some things more fresh. Central American run. It looks like, of the respondents, about half were here at the start. But as we can hear, the game is back, kind of. We just gotta click on the buttons. We gotta decide who to play. We could try playing as Saudi Arabia again. Najd is a really rough start. I don't know if we want to do that. I don't know if we want to go through it. Is there a way to cheese Central America by releasing subjects? I mean, I think it was super easy with abdication, but now abdication's gone. We've taken a look at Central America before. I know it's a really rough start. That's like one... So, starts, as far as stream games go, starts where you have to, like, restart the run a lot, I generally don't like, because it's a lot of, time that is spent, like, reloading or, like, trying to figure stuff out or, like, this type of stuff. And I'd much rather play, like, plug-and-play type countries. We've had people asking for Ottomans in Mexico recently. Maybe we could stream one of these. We could start as Harar, Egypt. Could start as Harar. We could start as Harar. Play Japan already. Start the game already. Belgium run. Could start Belgium. Oh man, I almost... We're only gonna go for like another hour-ish. So what would be the most interesting start if we only have an hour? Egypt could actually be pretty interesting, because they start out as a subject, trying to figure that out. The strat of the wiki involves releasing subjects before unpausing and then integrating them through nation formation later. Let's take a look at that then. Let's take a look at Central America's start. Kafa, Brazil. Brazil, I think, would be fun. Run to form Canada. I was gonna say the 40%, having to pay 40% of your income is really, really rough on Canada, but they nerfed it to 30%. Let's just see that. I want to actually see how that works. So you just release everyone and then nation formation. Okay, and then nation formations are now in the journal. We become El Salvador. Is this the idea? We must not abandon the Union. You gotta let it run a tick before you form the nation? I mean, it looks like we could just do it. Alright. Fantastic. I think we have a bunch of turmoil, huh? Yeah, that kind of sucks. Yeah, we get this. Amazing gameplay, so handsome and good at game. That's what I was thinking, too. Colonial resettlement wouldn't be terrible. Per capita taxation I actually think is kind of good now. This is super cute. I don't know if we want to continue as these guys. Reforming Central America on day one is the ultimate queso. Yeah. Law's not that bad. No, it's kind of nice here. I was just like, oh, let's spend all our authority, and then I was like, oh, well, this is too bad. We should probably just bolster the liberal movement or something with our authority. I mean, we still got a little bit of a float. It's probably something like this. Guatemala is like actually a really good state. The problem is, of course, like our construction balance, but we could just like do. I think yeah, we have that in Guatemala, so we could just do the good old Wombo combo. Be like, no, we will build there. And I mean, we get a malice, but it's not that big. So we have half the penalty from turmoil, so we only have 93. We have minus 6.5% state construction efficiency effectively here. Oh wait, we have more than that. I didn't realize. See, this is like why I don't like playing Central and South America, is this modifier right here, or these types of modifiers. So, why is per capita good now? Well, the reason why per capita was bad before was that it wasn't because the law itself was bad. Generally speaking, you would prefer per capita to land-based taxation by a significant margin. Like, it's way better than land-based taxation. The problem with per capita taxation is that once you're on per capita taxation, it's really, really hard to go proportional, and proportional is better than per capita. So very often you would just push off swapping from land-based to per capita because you'd rather go land-based to proportional because it's easier to pass. Now with movements, specifically like the labor movement, and the fact that the trade unions demarginalize way easier now, it's way easier to go from per capita to proportional taxation, and if that's the case, then per capita is significantly improved. Hey, the Alhambra, how's it going? It's going pretty good with us. We did a little bit of playing Cold War era. I like want to like the Cold War era like mod so much, but like just feels like rough sometimes. Like the systems feel rough. They have like there's like so much flavor. Wow, we just really do have super good laws at game start. I'm like looking around and like the only thing we want to change is like kind of schools and health insurance, and we want to go on to like free trade and this type of thing. I wonder if we can proc corn laws here. Let's do that, and then we can, when we turn off the corn PM, it's gonna change, flip-flop things. Oh, you just import everything from the British. Maybe get a trade agreement with them at some point. Stock exchange not spreading. It's magic. The best start ever. That's actually probably what we should have researched first, but now that it's not spreading, we won't research it. Okay, let's take a look at grain price. We're at 0%. Can we... use that to flop up? We can! Corn laws. We're on mercantilism. I think you have to not be on protectionism. Or do you have to not be on mercantilism? No, we fill the requirements. There we go. Get rid of these trade routes. And greener grass a little bit here. I don't know how easy it's gonna be for us to get pops here. Our traction should be pretty bad because of turmoil reasons. We have 32 there, 34, 39, 20. It's nice that we don't have stuff below 20. Like, it's gonna be really hard to get anyone to Costa Rica. You've been enjoying the India videos? Very nice, very nice. Last one was our last one, though. To be fair, the IRL systems managing the Cold War were also pretty rough. That's fair. The hotfix finally gave the Russian-American company Industrialists IG bonuses. I haven't looked at... Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is for the people who want to do Turtle Island but not do it using releasing a country. This might be the best start now. The Russian American company. We unified Central America. You lost a single state near Mexico. Wait, what? These guys? Return the state, please. This is super cute. Way to kind of circumvent the entire thing. The age of Dios. Dios mío. Let's look. USA guaranteeing independence, nice. Now we did build a construction sector, it just hasn't employed up yet. I guess, let's do some of this. Guatemala's gonna be our best state. It's a pretty solid state. We focus hardwood here. They weren't religious schools. Religious schools we don't... I guess that's actually kind of an okay law pass for us right now. Just kind of get it in real quick, and then this will make them happy. Damn, this shit is boring. Can't you play more like Bocoan? Bocoan's playing multiplayer, like when he plays. That's like a completely different thing, my guy. I mean, if you're just gonna spam it, then I'm just gonna time you out. Alright, there's our modern conservative. So he's gonna be an agitator. This stuff's changed a little bit, because we can't generally grant him leadership unless our liberal movement is already pressuring the landowners, which he is. We're gonna grant leadership here. Or maybe we... I forget how they changed the event that kills off historic characters. I guess we don't have that many historic characters. We don't want this guy to get somehow exiled or another, so let's grant him leadership, actually. Let's see in here. If you had to play multiplayer, what would you pick? Like for fun or for like power level? What am I picking for? I generally, like, for fun reasons, I don't like playing like really strong kind of things very often. We can create a fleet, but then we're gonna need to import men of wars. It should actually be a pretty quick come up for us. Import from the Americans too. And then let's just take Bahrain, which will give us a native interest in the region. Maybe New Granada wants to be annexed. I'm not sure we can swing that yet. Do you think Kafiristan is currently the worst start? I think there's someone who starts in a war that is like losing. This is probably not the worst start. This the metric by is a start bad or not is how hard is it to get to the coast, and getting through Kabul and Kalat and Sindh is not as hard as like getting through something like being landlocked here. It like visually looks worse, but I don't think it actually is worse. Let's do that one next. Dios mia. I guess we'll build a paper mill there next, and then a tooling workshop here. And we'll be off on our way. Herat is the worst. Don't tell Yankees fan. How do I play the game? Carefully. As long as you have a coast as possible. Yeah, basically just a coast and a dream, and you can kind of do whatever you want. Because once you have the coast, then you can go through all the, like, the small ball expansion stuff that's like super efficient, like going for, you know, what we're going for here. Going for like Bahrain for like 0 infamy. Or just a little bit of infamy. Technically, we could probably start a war in China here, and then sway in. We should have read that more because of the Age of Cadillos. We should probably start a war with China and try and sway in the UK. This is probably just like the meta way to like do anything. Just grab like Fujian and then sway in the UK. And that'll let us pass multiculturalism. Diego's our new president. I didn't notice we got a bandit imposing market liberal landowner. Jesus. Oh. The worst start ever. Harat, not Harar. Oh, my bad. That's not the right one. It's Herat with an E, right? It's right here. Great game. Herat is not nice. Herat. Consumption tax is unironically goated if you're autocratic. I don't know. God, this is actually just like the worst guy ever. I think this might be the... I mean, he doesn't have any negative traits yet, but Bandit is literally the worst trait, and Imposing is also really bad. Plus, minus 75% infamy decay. They actually stack. They stack additively. Right? So we just, like, straight up won't lose infamy on this guy. Could have expensive taste too. Yeah, but we would actually prefer, like, Reckless to either one of these, like, paired together. Like, by a significant margin. Like, Imposing isn't as bad as Reckless, but I think once you already have Bandit on your character... Jesus. I mean, in theory, I think... Let's see how easy it is for us to get this, like, as a war goal. I don't know what the best primary war goal on China is when you have to declare it in South China. The reason we have to declare it in South China is that... UK is not going to have an interest in North China. God, floods are just, like, completely... Yeah, it's just, Russia. Say goodbye to your economy. If you have a flood just, like, drop on top of, like, your main thing, what you got going on, it's just, like, you just get super addicted. I think it's probably just Conquer State Fujian, but we could see exactly how slow we're decaying here. Oh wow, we can't sway in the UK. Incredible. I don't think we can help him out. Wonder if it's possible to convince him we can. I mean, I agree that we couldn't help them out, but let's see if we can convince them that we actually have a much bigger army than we do. Age of Cadillos. No, they don't believe it. They're not buying it, guys. They're not buying it, chat. Or like, press X to doubt. AI being reasonable. It's likely they don't even know we have a boat. Oh no, not like this. Notice me, UK, please. But in theory, for anyone like even medium size, like that's like probably almost certainly like the way you should approach the start. Just to peel war reps off a great chain. Could you imagine if we were just getting plus 20k right now? We'd just be able to go up to like 30 or 40 construction, just like super out the gate. We only have like 1 million pops. They'd all just be employed in construction sectors. We would just like pop off instantly for mass migrations and stuff. They don't understand how powerful one boat in a dream is. Exactly. They don't know the real dream. I wonder how quickly we can get mass migrations here. Though. When Britain thinks you are too small. Not like this. I swear, Britain, we're not too small. But, I mean, we literally have, like, the worst leader possible here, so... let's do this in Indochina. I really like going for Selangor as a subject here, so... They very often back down. They're really weak, and we can just pick them up later. But now, let's look at our infamy decay. Oh, us floating the influence is, like, huge for us, but instead of decaying 5 a year, we'll decay 2.5 a year, and if we didn't float the influence, we'd only decay 1.25 a year. So it would take us 50 years to decay 60 infamy, or whatever. Or 25 years to decay 30, like, just absolutely horrible. Man's a habitual shoplifter, he believes the free market, yet he robs. He's like, one of those, the people who believe that government don't exist. I forget the name of him, like, sovereign citizen guy. He's like, it's so free, it's sovereign. Like one of those dudes. We won't get rid of him, but this, like, if we were going for a longer period of time and we were actually trying to get a decent Central America run, this 100% is like a cause to restart. The fact that our market liberal just like decides to like shit the bed with his like ideologies or his character traits. Did you do the secret Central America strat? Yeah, I might make a like 5-minute video on this, to be honest. I was unaware of it. It's super cute. You could show it in like 2 minutes. Probably a 2-minute video. I did do the secret chat, the secret one though. Why can't we pass free trade? Because we haven't invented it yet. Damn, the truth hurts. But our ruler's like, you're free to catch these hands, you know what I mean? Trade this. Gesticulates. Yeah. I am shocked these guys did not back down. Shocked, I tell you. Shocked. Pretty sure this is how we're supposed to run it. We're just supposed to green our grass everywhere. Maybe we don't even need the liberal movement, actually. Let's just green our grass everywhere that has enough arable land to count. So these guys don't count because they don't have enough arable land. Yeah. And, bro, my ledger is like perma-broken. Does anyone know how to fix this? If we do this, clear map mode. Okay. Is that what you have to do? You just have to clear the map mode? God. I forgot that what we wanted. Okay, it's just going away again. Bro, what is this? What do you want to play? Like, in terms of country or game? Probably Po 2. I kind of want to try Po 2. Honestly, I enjoy like Po 1 right now, but yeah, Cartel Leader, buy next DLC. Yeah. Buy next DLC to fix ledger bug. I heard if you upgrade your CPU to 9800 X3D, the ledger starts working. I'm actually going to shop for computer parts on Cyber Monday. This is the plan. This is the game plan. No mobilization options for Giuseppe. There we go. We got another boat, and we found a way. Great Britain doesn't care. Let's do this. And that will tide us over for the next 15 years. It will take us to decay everything. Definitely makes the run, like, way weaker here. Are we below minimum? How are we generating on radicals? How are we doing? We're losing radicals. I'm pretty sad that they nerfed the, like, changes to taxes. I was kind of happy with the high taxes, like, being insane seeming. Computer upgrade could do wonders for performance. Does reloading the save fix the ledger? No, I mean, like, I very persistently have just had, like, broken ledger. We could try, but I think you have to have a tab open and then open the ledger for it to work. Alright, so let's open the market tab and then let's open the ledger. Can you talk about political movement radicals modifier? Oh yeah, I took a look at that a little bit closer. It seems really weak, but then you get a lot of loyalists from political movements when you pass a law specifically, but it's just a one-time thing. Like, you don't get it from having laws that they like, from what I could tell. But they really like it, sometimes they really like it when you pass a law, but it's just like a very small modifier. And it completely replaced the changes from standard living. So now it's actually hard to get, or not completely replaced. As a modifier, it replaced changes in standard living. But where? Yeah, right now there's actual literal 0, but yeah, so now legitimacy is going to be like a much better source of loyalists. So having legitimacy over 75 is going to have a lot more value because you get loyalists, but increased loyalists and decreased loyalists from political movements seems pretty... I gotta take a closer look at it. I don't know if it's just even, and then, like, guaranteed libs actually does something useful, but nerfing taxes was silly. Too many people just want to see the graph go up as fast as possible. Yeah, and, like, it's... Like, I don't care if they nerf stuff in the game, like, just generally speaking, and, like, slow you down, because it only feels bad the first few runs, because you're comparing to the old situation, and then once you kind of adjust to the newer numbers, then it's, like, it's not bad. But, like, before it was, like, you would literally just be on very high taxes, for, like, forever, and there was no interesting interplay between anything, and now there is kind of a bit of an interesting thing in that, can you go on to, like, I've never, like, cared about SOL more than I have when they changed this. because when this was +5, it meant going on to very high taxes. You would really have to have a high SOL, and so it forces you to play around stuff differently. I thought it was really interesting. Now it's gone. AMD be like, your CPU is upside down here by the next gen. The truth hurts. Okay, we wanted to see if we could... That's not even the ledger. Okay, we wanted to see mass migration attraction. Alright, let's clear the map mode. Okay, saving and loading worked this time. We have the most mass migration attraction, just narrowly beating out the USA, but we are a minor power, and we're getting that. We're, of course, using a bunch of edicts for it, but we are desperately going to need mass migrations to make stuff work. Yeah, I was kind of chill with the taxes nerf, because the meta from 1.0 to 1.7 was very high taxes, yeah. And now, like... the trying to pursue being able to go high taxes was like an interesting play pattern, I thought. It's possible that like once you like solve the next thing, it just like kind of all feels the self-same type of thing, but like... I don't know. Oh, they already occupied us. Rip the dream. But, like, I also reflected on it a little bit, and they made the EIC feel super unplayable in the in terms of difficulty in the same patch that they released a bunch of content for them. Yeah. When the meta doesn't change at all for 2 years, it gets a bit boring. Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, now it's like, I'm not even sure it's very... I don't know if you can run very high at the outset. I think that we're gonna be below minimum expected. Or we already are with our middle strata if we go very high, but... I think that we just kind of have to unlock a couple PMs and then we'll be in fine shape. Stock exchange is also gonna be a really big one. They formed the Grand Alliance. Grand Alliance. What type of block? Trade League? External trade? Interesting. Metagames have changed a lot anyways, though. So maybe we're okay with it, just generally. That is regressive. Let's tax coffee. We're in some bad shape right now. I guess we have to get rid of a bunch of trade routes, actually. It's kind of the way we... Or get a trade agreement with Great Britain. Which we didn't improve relations at the start because we're bad. We should feel bad. Well, we're not getting rid of stuff we have. Yeah. This should be okay. And then we'll just let our thing idle. Yeah, our Armed Forces Republican should be fine. Opinion on warfare system, if you don't like it, how do you think they can fix improvement? Well, so the warfare system I actually like the idea of. I like the idea of a really hands-off frontage system that's basically like Hoey light, where it plays somewhat like Hoey but use more hands-off. You can't control as much. I am a fan of a system like this because I think that the more agency you have as the player to outplay the AI, the less the economics and social factors will be important, because the AI is generally really bad. And so by kind of making it more hands-off, I think that this is a good thing and makes the focus more on economics, which is something I like. I like the idea of the front system. I think the execution is such that there's just massive front spaghetti. The AI is super exploitable, in a whole bunch of different ways, and it fails to be what I want it to be. This is independent from the Diplo play system and war resolution and declaration, which I think has a separate set of problems. At this point, I think that they haven't been able to fix the front problems, and I feel like I have to micro wars a ton, and I feel I can really abuse the AI. So I think that the war system as it stands right now fails to do what it is that I find attractive about what I think they're trying to do. And I don't know what the solution is, whether they should keep trying to do what they're trying to do, or if they should try and implement an entirely different war system and just be like, you know what, guys, we couldn't get it done. I think if you were to play this game for solely the war system, the game would be kind of unplayable. I don't think it's fun or satisfying or this type of thing. I think not only is it not engaging, it's kind of a little bit tedious. The way you have to micro it. Taking prestige for radicals for political movements is also worth it. Taking prestige for radicals? Wait, what? Prestige for radicals from political movements. I'm not even sure what you're referring to. I feel like I should know exactly what you're referring to. We'll love some Stellaris sliders to mix up the game start. Interesting. People play Victoria 3 for wars. Yeah, I also think that the people who complain about the war system and this is all they want changed in the game, to some extent maybe they're just playing the wrong game, but also yeah, I don't know. If they made it you're moving sprites around on the map and this type of thing, I think it would be better. And I'd rather have sprites moving around on the map that are hands off, or have you can't give them exact orders. You can just give them general orders and they execute that. But that could also be really frustrating as well if they start acting really stupid. But the stupidity would be symmetric between you and the AI. If you look back, there's 8 new fronts and you've lost all your progress. Yeah, that's the worst. And I really hate feeling like I have to super micromanage the war, and you just do, and it's not close. To being not the case that you have to super micromanage it. So J Ramirez Z, thank you for the follow. Big nice. But the flip side of this is that they haven't I think that the idea is one that I like, and it definitely attracts me to the game. So I'm not sure what to... Do we have enough infra? I think we have an infra penalty. I mean, we could probably just build ports, because every place is coastal, and we don't have a lot of construction anyway. Oop, pressing the wrong button there. Something like that. Exploitation is a distraction they shouldn't focus on. AI simply needs to be competent enough to replace the human player. I don't expect France or Great Britain AI to genuinely understand competing for first. But my point is they can make the system such that you don't have skill expression as a player, and if they do that, then you can't outperform the AI. Like Civilization, there was like this is like somewhat controversial in like the Civilization like sphere, is whether or not you should be able to have stacked units. And when they implemented like the tactics system, I think this was in Civ 5, and they moved away from the unit stacks, this really hurt the AI's ability to fight the human player. And so now on the harder difficulties, you need to give the AI more advantages in other areas in order for them to compete with the player. And I find the other types of advantages, like receiving more resources or gold or whatever, much less rewarding as a means of increasing difficulty. And so I'd rather they just switch it. I love it when the UK capitulates from Qing War when we're taking Beijing and my front disappears. Yeah, like you have units there. I mean, when you land and your unit teleports back, that's like gotta be one of the more frustrating ones. You clicked a modifier that gave +5 prestige and +5% from radicals from political movements. That's very worth it. Okay, gotcha. And did I complain I should have read it more? And I said it wasn't worth it or something? But, yeah. First time I see you on Twitch, I see a lot of videos on YouTube. Yeah, we be in the Twitch streets every Saturday. Thank you for the Prime subscription. Big nice. So very much. They wanted to cut out micromanagement of wars with the new system, and they added a type of micromanagement that's just less fun. Yeah, that's kind of my perception. But the follow-up is, well, what should they do about it, right? And I think that they can either stay the course or try and redo the entire system, both of which take an enormous amount of effort. I think what's fundamentally the worst, though, is the Diplo play itself, which is supposed to be this diplomatic maneuvering and jockeying type of system of, like, intrigue and, like, this type of stuff, and it just falls super flat. And then the, like, war system, like, requires you do, like the enforce below zero mechanics is really silly. Not having separate pieces is really silly. And not having separate pieces, my understanding, and I haven't like confirmed this with the dev or anything, but my understanding is that it was likely a product of fronts needing to if fronts change while a war is active, that can really mess things up. And so I think that's one of the reasons why they don't have separate pieces. You also like can't change war goals like in the middle of a war, which is like really silly. The enforce below zero like mechanic is silly because like it doesn't like properly reflect like how much the war, like you can, as long as you keep them off of like whatever like thing that they want, you can have a war last forever. But then sometimes you get enforced out even though you're winning the war, and it's like basically no cost to you, and just like the system ends up being really, really unsatisfying. Let's put an interest here and try and go for Brunei. I like your content a lot. Thank you so very much. What do you think about semi-autonomous armies in Imperator Rome, and something like that could work in Vicky 3? Yeah, enforced autonomous armies that actually have locations would be preferable to me. Like, or even Imperator system or EU system would probably be preferable to me at this current juncture. But I like the idea of what is not promised, but like what they're trying to do with the war system, which is why critiquing it is a little bit weird for me, because I do like some things that are going on, in the sense that I think that the like we're gonna do this because of this reason thing is correct. I fell asleep. What happened to Cold War? I wish it was reversed, like where we played this first and then swapped to Cold War, because we would just say, oh, we played 100 years. But we needed to like reload pretty far back, and then the people in chat were seeming to not like Cold War very much, so we did a poll, and like no one wanted to continue playing Cold War, so we went back to this. Vicky 3 Doom stacks, you just move your armies Thunderdome on the moon and conquer the war goals one by one. Wait, what? Yeah, but I would like to see, like, I don't know. I think the way the system's like implemented, it's just like when you watch it, when you see people complain about the game, like 90% of the time they complain about the war system. And to some extent, I think that, okay, one, you're probably just playing the wrong game, but two, like, you're also not, like, entirely wrong. Could teleport your units to the closest C node instead of game to base? It's a feature they chose to implement, and obviously a poor decision. Well, like, before they, like, the guys didn't have discrete locations, and you wouldn't teleport back somewhere, but that was, like, a different sort of thing, because armies would get places instantly. It's happened to Toby where a war lasted, like, 2 decades because he couldn't reach the capital of Austria. Yeah, but then, like, neither side can enforce each other out, and, like, because neither's gonna enforce below 0. Like, the enforce below 0 thing is, like, just super asinine, and that doesn't seem like it's a required product of having the front system, so I don't know why they have, like, it like that, other than, like, that's the only way to get some wars feel like they can go long enough. Like, it takes Great Britain too long to land China, so they need China to just stay in the war for forever for Great Britain to enforce on them, but that's, like, it means that whatever war support system they have, it just doesn't, like, work properly. But, like, if they lifted the requirement, so many wars would just end way before they should, but that's, like, an indication that their war score system's not very good. And so it's like, it feels like a band-aid over the war score system, but it leads to incredibly frustrating situations sometimes. I also, like, would rather not going to war be, like, more viable and, like, feel better. If you're on capitalist laissez-faire, then the capitalist company ownership feels like a good step up for investment pool. Yeah. The strange evaluation to see that agricultural companies feel better in... Oh, wait. Agricultural companies feel better in 1.8. Yeah, the agricultural companies definitely feel better. Agrarianism feels like impossibly worse. Let the grain trade begin. This is actually the best source now of, like, just a huge chunk of, like, loyalists is Corn Law's resolution. So it was a bit of an interesting one. Could go wealth voting. I've been meaning to take a look at guaranteed libs. I think it's just bad, but we could try and confirm whether or not it's bad. We could try to confirm. Victoria 2 actually had decent Wargle addition system. It was only possible if you had enough jingoism to support your nation. Yeah, that would be sweet too. The fact that you can't change the Wargles at all is, like, feels really bad. I don't mind a system that, like, would punish you for it. Make it cost... if, for example, you had an initial demand and they said no, if enforcing that costs significantly less infamy at the end of the war, and enforcing something that wasn't part of the initial, like, hey, give me that, costs, like, a lot more infamy, that would be fine. I think infamy should also be more punishing than it is. I think the play pattern of just, like, staying below 25 infamy is, like, kind of weird. The negatives for it should increase linearly. I think it should, like, give you, like, jingoism, which should be bad. I don't have all the answers to these types of things, though. Alright, so we could probably eat that for the good old guaranteed libs. But I think guaranteed libs is basically useless, because you do not get a lot of loyalists from events and other reasons. You don't get a lot of loyalists from movements, and you don't get a lot of radicals from movements. Unless it's affecting this modifier in a way that we don't really have an appreciation for. Like, these guys are protesting currently with 2%. I mean, I guess they're super passive, but like, if they're passive, that means they're happy with us, but we don't generate any loyalists from this. And so... But maybe we start generating loyalists if we have this, but it's a plus 5%. So I think that this portion of it is like actually probably just useless. In which case you're just getting the revolution and secession speed changes. In which case you get those from National Guard. So I don't know. But we have a subject producing this ish. Can we get a trade agreement, please, Great Britain? Can you take it in your heart to bring us into your market or whatever? I saw YouTube about doing a really bad government with a lot of authority, pushing tons of migration edicts on the USA, so getting mass migrations from all the countries. People is totally discriminated. You could probably just go monarchy and go vassalization and then get a bunch of edicts anyways. The US is going to get a ton of mass migrations kind of no matter what you do as well. Like, I don't know if you necessarily need to push the bad laws. Or you mean the naughty laws, not like the laws that aren't good. I mean, like, I think if you just go monarchy, because sovereign empire is really good anyways, you go monarchy and then you get the power block with vassalization, which gives you authority per subject, and I think that's how you do that, and then you can go back to parliamentary, and that's fine. But you could also just get a bunch of you're going to get the mass migrations as the USA kind of either way. Let's keep this guy around. I think Better Politics Mod has implemented foreign policy, so you can sorted how you engage in a diplomacy, either as a dove, hawk, pacifist, or jingoist. I would like that. Could we not? I get really angry. The bad laws just get more authority, so getting more edicts. I understand. I think I think that sovereign empires is probably best, and if you're getting this as a source of authority, then the incentive to go bad laws is significantly worse. But yeah, if you put a bunch of edicts down, the thing is like, I don't know if you even need that much to the USA, because there is a cap on migration. And so I think you hit the cap as USA, even if you don't run a bunch of decrees. I mean, I think you have to run them in some places like West Virginia, which like has significant pop problems, and you can run them in some places to make it so they always have uptime. What's the kind of annoying thing is, like, theoretically speaking, what you should do is you should actually shuffle around the decrees, because every time you get a mass migration, you're no longer eligible for mass migration. So you take the decree off, and then you move it to a different place that is eligible. So it doesn't cost as much as it looks like it will. In actuality, really bad. I'm not sure if they start out insignificant power in Argentina. They got 140 million pops, and basically in subsistence farms. Yeah. That is a very reasonable number for that strategy. But like, you can kind of get like those types of numbers as USA, like, no matter what. Maybe if I could do Granada, probably not, right? Whoa. Can't get guaranteed liberties. People just don't want nice things. Terrible. Just can't get nice things. I picked this game up a week ago. Hey, welcome to the game. I only played as Canada. Any tips on how to keep Oregon and Idaho from the U.S.? So if you can figure out a way to declare war on the USA such that the UK joins, the UK is probably going to develop a negative attitude. towards the USA. The Columbia District gets sold off as a result of there being good relations between the two. So anything you can do to kind of prevent that is going to be useful for you. Sorry, why are you passing guaranteed liberties instead of secret police? We want to confirm that it's real bad. I'm pretty sure that it is real bad. But I wanted to take a look, because you basically just don't generate that much radicals or loyalists from movements, and that's the benefit you get. I kind of think that National Guard is probably best. Depending on if you want activism or not. If activism's good, then secret police has a downside. National Guard basically doesn't have a downside, and floods are like just the biggest kick in the nuts ever, but conscription rate's also pretty useful. So we are not passing guaranteed libs because we think it's good. If that's what you might have inferred. USA's damaging relations now terrible. I mean, we could go after Sintang, but we're just going to get sided against by the Dutch, and then we're not going to be able to do our thing. Because Dutch are going to be able to get to the front. We could also just kind of play a little bit more chill. We could just take Jabal Shamar, actually. We have basically no infamy decay anyways, so... Because we have the worst ruler in the history of rulers. For those of you who just arrived, he has both the bandit trait for the minus infamy decay and the imposing trait for minus infamy decay. So if we weren't floating 100% influence, we would just be absolutely wrecked and never be able to decay authority, basically. Because it stacks additively, and it's minus 75% is a lot. Ba-ba-da-dee-da. Let's do some of that. I think we're gonna go Iron Company as soon as we can, so let's add. Did we not assign this guy to the front? Oh, they're already there. Perfect. Also, as Canada, how do I get Alaska? I mean, you could just try and take it from Russia. Russia's not very good at defending. I don't think there's no event that allows you to purchase Alaska in the same way the USA can. US became domineering. Joke's on them. The stream will end before they can subjugate us. But yeah, that's because we refused their power block, which is fantastic. Really big fan of that. I think what had happened is our relations were at they've been damaging them, but our relations were at cordial, and then it decreased our relations past the break point where they were at plus 20 or higher, but it decreased it below 20, and then they got an attitude change. The attitude changed to domineering from a Diplo catalyst. Woohoo! Our favorite. It's possible we should have just joined their block. But it's an interesting kind of start here that you can do. We'll acquiesce. So we have a national movement now, so let's check. And 4 from political movements with high activism. You know what I mean? Like actual 4. The thing is when you pass a law, you get that a group approves of, you get a huge uptick. And I'm guessing that gets modified, but you get a huge uptick in loyalists. But just passively, you're not getting, like, I don't think you get any loyalists really from movements. I kind of want to pass guaranteed libs to see if it gives us anything, like, kind of workable. That's probably where we're gonna just try to figure that out. The decision for anyone with an inch there to buy Alaska? Really? It works with anyone? Just kidding. I take it all back. I'm mistaken. My bad. Can you no longer bolster groups? That is correct. You can only bolster and suppress political movements. You can still manipulate group clout by hiring and firing generals, but now there's a 2-year cooldown, or there's like a 1-year cooldown before you can fire the generals. So we would have to hire all these guys, fire all these guys, and then peek behind. But promoting ones as well. As Canada, you have to conquer it unless there's an event. Then I'm confused. The chat's disagreeing. I'm not sure what the event is. I thought that only USA got that event, but and someone said they didn't. The event to buy Alaska. When you make a company under laissez-faire, it usually costs 1.5 million. Do you know where the money for it goes? So it's forcing you to nationalize the buildings. I believe it's just using the nationalization cost. Half of it's going to go to your investment pool, and the other half goes poof. As far as I know. I believe that when you nationalize a building, you just disappear the money. We can't nationalize the building, so I can't really show you. I mean, we could swap to a different country and do it, but it says like when you go to nationalize a building and you show it, it'll like be saying that half of it goes to the investment pool and the other half is supposedly paid out to the pops. But I don't think that that payment out to the pops manifests itself in any sort of substantive way. I think it just disappears. I don't think it leads to more consumption or anything. Which is, in theory, what should happen is the pops should consume goods with that money. But the game doesn't track pops holding on to money or having savings or anything like that. That's not part of, like, how the game works, so I think it just disappears. Do they think we could help now? No, not really. Yeah. The truth is, we'll still side with the UK, just to change their attitude towards us. I don't think it was genial before. Yeah, it's cautious. So if we do this... Woohoo! This should change to genial. Yay. And then maybe we can get a trade agreement, because we are trading a lot with them. Our stupid idiot anti-British lobby is holding us back. Could maybe get in there by swapping our government. Our government's already pretty similar, so I don't know if we can do that. Could we maybe run very high taxes here and add a construction sector? I'm not sure. That should get some stuff. Yeah, it's not that much money though to light on fire to start the company. I think if you could force, because when you're getting the company throughput, that's a free money modifier, right? That's creating money out of nothing as well. Like, however valuable the PM is, this is like adding 40% on top of that in terms of money creates out of nothing. So, like, if you could voluntarily privatize buildings or nationalize buildings and give them to companies, it's probably worth it in a lot of situations. Our ruler dies, thank God. Now we have a different ruler. Or there was an election. Whoops, my bad. There was an election. He didn't die. I mean, he might have died, but he didn't die. Ba-ba-da-dee-da. Absolute shame we can't get a trade agreement. I wish you could directly hand more levels to company. I do too. I talked to a dev about this a little bit. Like, it's a weird sort of abstraction. that is a concession to play pattern being more fun than it would be like a realism simulation thing, because from a realism perspective it's just strange, but it's probably worth. No! Glad to see the Dutch East Indies actually being a lot more aggressive in this region, though. Normally that's something we would want to go for. So I think, did we pass the law we wanted to, or did we fail out? Okay, we got guaranteed libs. So let's see if we are getting anything from anything. So this is the flat amount we got from enacting the law. That's not a lot. Well, I guess it's 8% of our current loyalists were from that, but it's still not an insane number. And then we're getting 29, so this 29 is getting modified by minus 10% or minus 5%. Yeah, guaranteed libs kind of just seems like it sucks really hard now. I mean, like, I almost want to increase it to level 5 just to, like, double confirm, but, like, unless I'm just super missing something, the radicals and loyalist modifiers are just completely irrelevant, at which point you would much rather be on, like, National Guard, because we have the revolution and secession speed, and then we have it here. But I guess it depends if you think minus movement activism is good or bad. If you think it's bad, then maybe guaranteed libs is better. So, but you know, decreasing the impact of all these negative events, especially flood, has some value, and then the conscription rate has some value. The government giving companies buildings is reasonable. It would have better play patterns, because right now I think they should just get rid of the construction bonus. Specifically at this point, because it makes it so that when you slot in a company, you actively don't want to build it yourself, because you want the company to be building the levels so they get the construction bonus. And if you just took the bonus away, they would no longer create the weird incentive of, like, wanting to slot in a company so you could specialize in it, and then wanting to, like, actively not build the thing so that the auto queue would get to pick it up and hopefully get the construction bonus. Kind of bummed laissez-faire actually just seems hyper useless. Or, sorry, guaranteed libs, which is a bit interesting. Like, we didn't take as close a look at the numbers as we should have, like, kind of earlier on, but 22, like, that's what we're supposed to care about. The USA sold government industries to companies in America. Yeah, but you're... Yeah, I guess maybe it's fine. Company just needs more priority in the auto queue when it builds the thing. It's gotten it with a patch. It's, like, come up quite a bit. So it's a lot more... They acquire a lot more market share now than they did when I was first complaining about it. But, like, it still, like, has a weird gameplay pattern in regards to the construction. But I think we're gonna wrap up here. I don't think we want to make a deep run with Central America. Kind of interesting that you can release a bunch of countries and then reform Central America. That's pretty cute. You get a bunch of radicals, but our radicals have kind of gone away over time, and so now we're kind of just, like, left with Central America. We've been doing okay with some mass migration, or some migrations. I don't think we've gotten a mass migration, which is a bit unfortunate. We don't have all of our states eligible, but Guatemala is probably our best state. That's where we were building. Rubber appears here, so it does become quite a good state. This definitely makes Central America much more playable as a start. I don't think we have any later formables, though. So it's just kind of Central America and vibing. but let's see if we can find someone who's streaming Vic 3 on Twitch that we can maybe redirect people towards. Sayuza is playing E4. Terrible. Karasak is playing a 1v1, but it's in German. But he's 1v1ing someone. That actually sounds interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna send you guys to a player that's playing in German, or he's chatting in German. So that will be a thing, but and I will also give the link to the YouTubers. But I know there's a good chunk of you guys who watch my stream that are German anyways, and I don't think I've seen what exactly a 1v1 Vic 3 thing looks like. Hi, what's going on? What mods are you playing on? And we're playing on vanilla here. Now, we do not have commands, but also we are concluding. Earlier on, we were playing on a different mod as well. We were playing on Cold War era, but we decided to stop. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. Zack Attack with the 30 bits. Thank you so very much. Big nice. And Nikos, thank you for the follow. Alright, we are going to raid, and we are going to send the link to the YouTubers. I hope you guys enjoyed. We already did that one. But, yeah, that's going to be the stream. Bye-bye, everyone. Have a good one. Happy Saturdays.